Give a few minutes for people to show up. You know, while I wait for people to show up, I'm going to do that insert float is not empty thing. Hello to Ireland. Say hi to John Romero for me. Okay. A value on line whatever, but there was none. Line number else, and let's make it this way. Whoops, this way around. Okay, so let's go to all dot variables, and we will say, oh, you know what we can do? Okay. Oh, expected a space. Expected a value, but there was none. Great. So that, whoops. That takes that off my to-do list. I'm just sort of doing tiny things while we wait for people to show up. So that's good. And here's the thing we can do now that we have a console, is instead of just logging this stuff to the output, we can send it to the console. Which is where we want it, because it'll be easier to see, and you may not, you may not run from something that has a standard out anyway. So while we are waiting for people to show up, got rid of that. Here's what we do. We say, we go to our logger, our default logger doesn't do anything, so we must already be replacing it. Logger, here we go. We say s : equals this. Well, okay. S is a string. If it's an ident, we do that. Else equals that. Defer free s. And we'll write the string. How do we do that? We will write the string. I guess that's somewhere else, but let's just make sure that still works. Okay. Now, in addition to writing the string, we will console add to history string. Okay, so the problem is console's not been initialized yet. So let's check that. here. Call it console. Let's put that in export scope. And if console emitted, still no. For character 10. Character 10, what is going on? What is going on? Well, I guess one thing that's going on is we're not sanitizing it, right? First of all, which we want to do. Yeah. Input, no. I keep forgetting the names of all my files. I need a better interface to my files that Emacs gives me. Text input. All right, so we had to sanitize here. Let's put that back out. Sanitize, sanitize, S, defer, san. Okay, so that's better. So now if we go up there, oh, that's weird. And san is, why didn't that work? Oh, it worked. Console add to history. I guess we're just not initialized yet when that happens. Now, right? The console's initted. We do this. Okay, now the problem is we want to see, this is interesting, because we want to see in our console, no, this won't be another 3 to 7 year game. In our console, we want to be able to see stuff from startup, much of which happens before the console is initialized. So right now we're just, oh, there it is. Oh, never mind. So this happened after, yeah. This happened after we started entering because the console itself triggered this. What I would like to do, so right now we have like sort of 2 different color modes. Like the reason this is green is because it's marked as from me, and this is white because the console knows. I want to make errors a different color before we go into anything else. So let's go here. We'll say report error text color is going to be a lot more red. Let's just say it's like that. I don't know what color that is, but we'll go over here. Report error text color. And then I'm going to change the way the console, this was going to be just a tiny thing that I do while we're waiting for people to show up, but as happens, it's expanding. So instead of came from user, we're going to have flags. We're going to have line flags, from user is 1. Whoops. From error, or is error, from logger, 'cause that's where it came from, OX2, right? So there's that. And then instead of came from user, dot flags and from user using history line flags dot members. So came from user, this will be flags. Let's just use this at file scope. Using, no, oh. Using history line flags.members. So even though it's scoped 2 levels deep, we can pull those out. And we'll say this is optional and it's no flags. So we don't need that. From user that's just passing on flags. And then that's just passing on flags. And then came from user is this is going to be flags history line flags script. Line.flags equal flags. Okay. Missing a colon. Oh, geez, I can't. There's a bug, there's a parser bug that I have on my to-do list where I can't do a using at a top level like this. So I'm going to have to paste this. Cleanup, fix parser bug preventing us from putting this at file scope. It's just because when we see using at a file scope, we expect a declaration, and there's not really a good reason for it. Oh, it came from user. That's not necessary. 359. Flags is not a member of history line. What you talking about? Flags, line, flags. How could I forget that? 360 dot script. And then I have to prefix that because my using will not work, unfortunately. That will work later. All right. Checking argument 2 of console add to history. Right, that's old. And this expression cannot implicitly coerce to bool. Wow. Okay. Cleanup. Enum should coerce to bool. I'm going to put that on the compiler list. Enum should coerce to bool line flags. That's an easy one, but we won't do it now. And that's another old one, 249. Where's my using? History from user. Oh, compiler crash. Wow. Oh boy. We're really having an exciting day today. What are we crashing on? Wow. Okay, this is some stuff that I changed last night or this morning. Oh my, binary left, what is it? What is it? This was totally supposed to be 5 minutes of stuff before we got anywhere. It's not inferred. It's an operator expression, right? Line number, binary file name, 265. Okay, so what's going on is when this is in an argument, okay. When this is in an argument, it's not evaluating it properly. That probably worked yesterday morning and I broke it. Let's just do this. No flags is that, which is sort of like a manual using, still crash. Where would crash now? Probably somewhere else that I do the same thing, right? 27. Oh, it's crashing in global scope as well, this one. All right. In the interest of cleanup, fix this compiler bug. We're not going to do it now. That's what happens in the big city. We're just going to do this. We're not going to be type safe. Whoops. Let's see if the compiler still crashes for some reason. Nope. All right. Okay, so right now that's no longer and then 365, this is no longer a thing. See, yeah, I don't know why, yeah. All right. Finally, that was a disaster. Okay, so that probably doesn't do anything. The bugs are piling up. It's almost time for me to try to figure them out. Okay, so the green still works, but we haven't done anything for this. So all we do is now, all we were trying to do that whole time was go here and say, if it's from logger, color equals, what do we call it? Report error text color. Probably call it report logger text color. Report logger text color. Okay. There's that. And then logger text color, report logger text color. Okay. See if that was worth it. It didn't do it. Oh, because we never used the frickin' flag after. So now, are all these need to be exported, or we need some other way to signal this, comma from logger, right? Right? Okay, damn, that took long enough. That's a little too red. It's not really. I think we need. A little less white. I don't know. I really need a color picker widget attached to this. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put our little favorite drop shadow, B to, I don't know, color. F color is color of color.x, K, K is O.03, Y, Z. We could also expose this. Whoops. Hey, so that's kind of stands out pretty good. I mean, it's not my favorite color scheme. But now if we go save our file, for example, since that gets logged, oh, we're not logging that. We need to log that because I want that to go to the console. Okay. And let's get rid of that san is print. Okay, non-catalog, log print, no section. Right? I don't know. That seems reasonable. Okay, so if I go to the all that variables and I modify it, there we go. That color really isn't good. But now we're at least seeing our reports in the window where we want to. Let's make that more red, more violet-y. Report logger text color 8. And it's so bright. 7. I need a color picker. I don't know. It clashes with the blue is the problem. You know, the red, the bluish green and the red don't get along. Let's not try to put it in the red zone. Let's put it in the cyan zone. Yeah. That's good action. Although, yeah, okay. That's pretty good. Well, so that was my thing to do while waiting for people to come to the stream. So let's check that in. Any questions about what's going on so far? That's actually a thing that we use in the witness all the time. So it's good to have it. Any questions? Oh, can't. That, I almost guarantee, is not a compiler bug. I should just fix that right now. It's just like if I scroll down past the end. So let's debug that. That's crazy. We shouldn't crash that much. So, unless it looks like a compiler bug when I start investigating. Is selection being done next? Probably, yes. But this one bug is going to drive me crazy if we don't fix it. And then we'll do selection. Okay. What are we going to do? I'll point out this code is still pretty small, right? So console is 551 lines, including comments and blank lines. And the text input is 422. So it's like less than 1,000 lines to do this stuff. Although actually we just put scroll bar, so it's a little over 1,000 lines. It's about 1,070 lines to do all this stuff. Okay. Including crash. So let's reduce the functionality by removing the function of the crash. That's the mouse wheel, right? So we navigate history. I'm supposed to clamp the bottom line index. That's why it's crashing. I hope someone in the stream caught that and I just never saw it. Stupid. Look, it's not crashing. I'm scrolling to the bottom and it's not crashing. So that's most of the crashes that you've seen on the stream. In fact, it might be all of them. It's just that one line was missing. Just that one line was missing. Look at that. Yay. All dot variables. So that animated character just keeps moving because it's not playing like a regular walk animation. It's playing a walk animation that just moves the mesh several squares, even though the character is still staying still in one square. So I'm not moving the character. That's just the animation. When we go and attach animation to the characters more seriously, that won't happen. Okay. Now, I guess we're doing selection, right? Because the only things on my to-do list here for SuperStream Sunday are selection, scroll past bottom bug, which I just fixed, and UTF-8 clean console, which we can do, but I feel like selection is better first. So I think we do selection after I eat a piece of chocolate. There is a bug about destroying your line on scroll that I have to fix. But that's pretty minor. Am I keeping a new line in the history buffer? If you haven't hit enter yet, so what happens is your line of text down here in the entry box, it's just kept in a separate place from the console, right? So the console with the scroll bar and all that only knows about this stuff. When you hit enter, then it goes in there, right? So if that's what you're asking about. It's not added to that. It's in a separate place. Uh-oh. There's a poll link. Everyone says selection. So that's what we're doing. Hold on, it's getting cold in here. I'll be right back. It's getting cold in here. Football day must be making it really cold or something. All right. So, what I'm going to do is, so we already have part of the selection functionality implemented, remember? So we already did a little bit of this in the sense that when I go and click in here, we're finding where the cursor is, right? So a selection is just going to be starting with that and then dragging. We'll do a single line selection to start. Well, yeah, we'll do a single line selection to start, and then we'll make it work on multi-line. That'll be interesting. Regarding selection, do you have it so you don't need to keep the cursor vertically within the box to select? It can be pretty fiddly if you have to stay within the area. Yeah, probably what we'll do is, like, so see how it's following my cursor? Oh, it stops, right, for this it stops if I go outside the box, but I think if we actually do selection, we will track it if we go outside the box. That's easy. Because we're keeping the drag state because, you know, when I go back in, it drags. So we just need to say, hey, blah, blah, blah. But we're going to do selection actually up here first. So as just not to confuse the issue. And this has the multi-line situation. And then once we have multi-line selection, we'll apply it down here. Okay. If I've typed a few commands already, then when typing a new command, hit the up, down arrow keys. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a small bug right now where, so if I go up and down, you see my 1, 2, 3 is still there. But the problem is if I go like, well, let's go 9, 9, 9. If I go down first, for some reason it picks the 1, 2, 3 and that's the last one. So my line of text kind of gets destroyed. I have that on the list to fix, but it's a very minor bug. We'll fix it tonight, but I want to do the selection because that's cooler. What about double and triple clicking? Yeah, maybe later. Let's just get the drag select going. Okay. Let's get the drag select going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to refactor a little bit of the functionality that I had in text input. Because remember I was, you know, there's that part where we Yep. So here's this thing where we get the mouse pointer position, and we do this stuff, and then basically this whole thing just takes a font Okay, yeah, we've got this ugly glyph hack. I'm not going to fix this yet, even though it's from yesterday still. We're going to keep the glyph hack. But anyway, what this does is it goes one by one over the glyphs that are prepped in the font and sees which one the mouse pointer is closest to, and then returns that index. So what's going to happen is we're going to say get insert point for cursor, which takes a font, what else do we need? We need the X that it's being drawn at. And we need the cursor X and cursor Y. And we're going to return an int of the insert point. And then all this is just going to be there. And we're going to say return best character index. And then we're just going to say insert point equals get insert point for cursor font text X cursor X cursor Y. In one of my earliest talks, or maybe two of them, before I even wrote the compiler, I ranted about how useful it is to be able to do this, where you just sort of put a function around your thing and then call it. Because it lets you figure this stuff out one by one. So it's like, okay, right, okay, here's an assertion that I haven't fixed yet. We'll pass in the string just to do it. Whoops, text, not text, colon string. Attempt to use variable from outer stack frame. Right, so this stuff goes in here. This is good because it lets you make sure you've got all the relevant code collected before you expand your attention to multiple files or whatever, right? So, hey, look, there's some code there. It's still working even though I just factored it, right? Our windowed stuff is still working. Yep. All right. So, now that we have this encapsulated, we can grab it and put it in console. That movie script is going to drive me nuts because I always jump to the bottom of the file to insert things. Okay, so we put that in the thing, we extent it. All right. So we have done that. Oh, that's cool. Although it's maybe not that cool, like, it's kind of cool. Maybe we should slow it down or something later. I don't know. Anyway, so now that we factored that out, we can call it at any time. So I'm going to go. Actually, instead of doing it in the console, let's just do it in the text input right now, because screw it. That's where everything lives. So first, let's do the thing that was just suggested in the chat about do the tracking. What do I call it here? Cursor tracking mouse. So cursor tracking mouse. We don't want to call this. If we are already tracking, just track even if we move outside the window, right? Okay, so tracking, still tracking even though my cursor is way down here. Okay, so that'll be good for selection. So let's do some selection. let's first of all make a, so what I'm going to do for the selection, I don't like the kinds of selection where they like change the text color and stuff. That's goofy. That's like, I don't know. I don't like it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say there's a selection background color, and we're just going to draw it behind the text. So the text stays the same color, but then we draw like a box behind it. And we just pick colors that look nice. Okay, so on the mouse button left, we will deselect let's make a thing called selection, right? Selection is a selection, and selection is a struct that has, for now it's just a one-line selection, start index int, end index int. Okay, so for now, oh, and active is a bool, well, is false. So now deselect using selection. Selection active is false. So when we click, we will deselect, we'll set cursor tracking mouse, and we want to, let's just update the selection, yeah, when we draw, because that's when we're doing it anyway. So insert point, when we're doing this stuff, when we're tracking, if we get the cursor position, we're going to figure out the insert point. And then we're going to say if selection is not active, then we set it active, and selection.start index equals insert point. Well, actually we'll say if selection active, selection.end index equals insert point, otherwise start index. Okay, now for starters, I'm just going to make the background color real ugly, like black. So when we're going to draw the text, draw the selection if it is active. Selection color is make vector 40009, right? And then we'll, where do we draw a quad? Yeah, we do this stuff. If selection dot active, selection color, when right-handed, no texture, begin. Okay, we'll set up our points. P0. P1, P2, P3. So we're just making a quad of 3D points. And these really shouldn't be called x0, y0, because that's what the boundaries of the text input are called. So we will call them selection x0, y0. And I'll say z is 0 for now. And and this is ARGB color selection color. So now we just need to figure these out. So SY0, SY1 is Y1. We might want to add a border to that later to like shrink it in, but for now it'll be the full height of the line. And now we will say SX0 is, well, yeah. Cast float of that, right? Because we're making 3D points. SX0, SY, SX1 is float. So we're going to say S up to insert is text. S up to insert dot count is selection dot start index, right? S up to insert dot count. Let's call it start. S up to start. Start with, whoops, SX0 is text x plus start width. SX1 is text x plus end width. End width is get string width in pixels. S up to end. Let's see what I did wrong. Did not match any of the possible overloads. Oh, these are vector 2s. I don't need a Z. I don't need a Z. I improved, by the way, sort of, my, I don't know what the hell this is, but this part is, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, whenever I stream, I have error message bugs that still pop up. Procedure call is missing argument Z because I said 3 instead of 2. 2. Hey. All right. So who knows what actually happened there? Okay, well, for some reason, it doesn't actually look any different. So let's figure out why. Let's figure out why. Let's even see if it's active. It says active. Okay. It could just be I'm setting the shader wrong or something. 28 to 40, 54, 55, that seems right. So the selection part seems right. It's just something about the shader. I don't even know. This is like, maybe we bust out RenderDoc again. Let's print the, P0, P1, P2, 0, P1, P2, P3. Zero 154, that's not right. P1 is 0 154, P2 is 0 230, P3. So all the x coordinates are 0. It's not right. Oh, because I'm doing this thing. I hope someone in chat caught that. That needs a compiler warning. That, because people are going to do that all the time. Hey. All right, well, it's kind of weird along with this rubber banding situation. Maybe if selection is active, we narrow that to be a lot tighter. And I'm drawing it on top of the text for some reason, which is not what I wanted. Okay, so first of all, let's put that on bottom of the text. Why is that? Yeah, why did I put it here? Wait, that's the cursor. Yeah. And we don't need this anymore. That's not incomplete. So, okay, that's drawing the text. Okay, so what we're going to do here is if selection.active margin is, well, times equals O.2, it's a much smaller margin so that we don't zoom all over the place. Okay, I need some things to paste, all right? Zoop-a-doo. Zoopity-doo-dah, zoopity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. So it seems it's like the first frame, okay, right, because when we first make it active, we need to set the end index to the same. Okay, and then when we're drawing it, and selection.start index is not equal to selection.end index. Okay, that flicker is gone. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Make it transparent. Yeah, I mean, we need to make the color adjustable, I think. That's for sure. So let's make, and we're going to want one of these for the report as well. So we'll make both colors now. We'll say input, selection color, vector 4. And in fact, we'll call it selection background. Because who knows, we might want to draw the selected text in a different color later, maybe. So we've got those. And we've got this. Let's start dividing these up because, whoops, input. And let's put these by section. Section. I don't know. Maybe I should have abbreviated that. So the report region is kind of greenish blue, so the selection is going to be a dark blue. 0.05, 0.01, 0.07, 0.1, 0.8, that, yeah, whatever. Whatever. And then the input selection color is going to be different. Input is, I guess, kind of greener. I have no idea what colors those are. We'll find out. Let's get some exhalation because I'm tired of, oh, I don't have it. Let's get some exhalation. Okay. Whoops, wrong window. So, that's still pretty dark or dank, whichever you prefer. So let's change that color, like to oh, we're not using it yet. That's why it hasn't changed. Duh, we got to use it. We got to use it. We got to go to console equals input selection background color. That's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but it's input selection background color. Okay, so that's a little greener, but let's tweak it. Input selection background color 2282. That's not changing. Did I actually recompile? I thought I did. Did I do the right F color? Input selection. No! That's the background for the logger. What am I doing? What am I doing? Select text input. First of all, I'm in the wrong file completely. We draw a selection. Selection color. Input selection background color. What is it called? Where? Yeah, let's call it consolevisuals.bat because we didn't using that into this current scope. All right. There we go. Now we have control. We have control. Whoop. All right, so I don't know, 0.5. I mean, that's kind of mellow, but it's not, it's a little too mellow. Yeah. That's more. That stands out. Well, let's not rat hole on the color for too long. That's a little bit of a weird color. But let's just make that now, put things into the selection buffer. So should I do this like X11 style, where it just goes automatically into the selection, or should I do it where you hit Control-C? I could do it with Control-C because we already have that. If selection.active, let's vote. I'm going to do this right now with Control C, but it'll take so little of a time that if people want it X11 style, overwhelmingly in the vote, I will change it. Cell get selection. This does not make new memory. Cell get selection. Is going to be if selection not active, return false. Oh, get selection input. Result is text. Result dot start is selection dot start index clamp start 0 result dot count -1. Yeah. And result dot data equals text dot data plus start result dot count equals n minus start return result. Not return false, return empty string. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's get some exhalation. I'm pasting the whole thing. And I'm going to get true source of life and Control C it. And let's paste it. Yeah. Okay. There's a straw poll. Accidental loss of what's in your clipboard is excessively common. That's true. Most people say no. Most people want Windows style, which is what I've got. We'll give the vote another little bit. As a corollary, I can grab as a corollary, copy it, and say the true as a corollary source of life. How sweet is that? I came as a corollary to understand the true as a corollary source of life. I can also do Control X, which we haven't done yet, right? So that's a little weird. I might have to make that more controllable, that zoom action. We should do Control X, which of course puts stuff into the buffer. What's with the hold variable meme? I don't think anyone understands that meme. Read line shortcuts. I don't know. I mean, we'll probably support bindable keys because the particular read line shortcuts are fine. You know, we'll have key bindings here or something. Will it only support calling C libraries as opposed to what? As opposed to what? Okay, let's do Control X. Did I check that in? Copy to clipboard. All right, let's do Control X here, and then we'll do selection on the main text. Bodies, Control, right, 22, Control V, so 24 will be control X. Let's just do this. True. We'll pass a cut option to get selection. Cut is false, but if you pass true, then we say if cut A is input, A dot count equals start. Sorry, not input, text, right? So that's from the start of text to however far you went. And then B is a string. The data B.data equals A.data plus no, wait, what do I want? B.data is text.data plus end. B.count is text.count minus end, right? And then set reset where do I free the text? I must do this. I must set the text somewhere. Not really. Oh, because text goes into input buffer. Right, I forgot about that. So I was about to make two strings to concatenate, but that's not what I really want to do. I want to say memcopy input buffer dot data text dot data start because start is a character index and we are using it as a byte index. We're going to have to UTF-8 audit all this stuff. Or we'll just use UTF-32 for this widget. Actually, we probably should do that. We'll do that in a later stream. I don't know if we'll do that tonight. Maybe. Maybe. So we memcopy that, and then we memcopy input buffer.data plus start. If we audit this search for all memcopy. Okay, data plus start, text.data plus end, text.count minus end, and then text.data is input buffer.data. Text.count is start plus text.count minus end. That seems maybe right. Okay, so we don't have our exhalation anymore. We need some exhalation. Let's get it back. All right. The true source of life and Control X. Yeah! The means by which life and as a corollary. Whoa, what? Am I copying after? Oh, geez. Wait, did I delete the set clipboard? Okay. Because if I'm cutting, I'm going to modify the memory that we were just returning. So we used to be all fast, but now it's like, all right, defer free cell. Defer free cell. Okay, so that's a string. Oh, this is text.count. I don't know why I did. All right. I keep not having the right thing in my cut buffer. All right. As a corollary, X. Yes. Now, there we go. I got confused about where my comma was. The means by which life will one day end. I came to understand. Yeah, that's weird. Came to understand life will one day end as a corollary. Okay, it's basically working though. So we can do multi-line select up here, and then I could try to figure out like what the hell to do about. The main problem is when I click in the margin here that it moves. So maybe I should not permit that. Like maybe if you click in the margin, it can't. It makes the margin even smaller. I don't know. We have to think about what to do there. And actually, also the thing is the first frame that you click in the margin is big and then it becomes small. So fixing that might be enough. Okay. Fix. Cursor, wackiness, scrolling. It's pretty good. So we just have to make the selection work in. Any questions about this while I get another drink? Questions? Another drink. Maybe remove the selection after cutting. Oh, you mean turn it off? Right. Oh yeah. What happens when I do that? If I cut, oh yeah, okay, that's got to go. So if we cut. Oh, but right, we also want to put the cursor at, yeah. We also want to say insert point equals selection dot start. Start index. Right, so we do this. We cut, there we go. Cut, 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 cut. Why not use a fixed width font? Wouldn't that make boundaries a lot easier? This is a fixed width font, isn't it? I'm not assuming that it's a fixed width font though. So in the whoops, in the code, then like I want to allow people to customize this in any way. So right now I have a fixed width font, but people may not. And I don't want to limit the functionality of this console. Wait. Yeah. I don't want to limit the functionality of this console to only fixed width fonts. That would be kind of crappy. But you're right. If we assumed fixed width, then these computations that we were doing to like figure out where the start and end of the selection would be much faster, because you take the width and divide by the number of characters times the, or you divide by the character width, that's all, right? And the width is the same for every character, but we don't want to assume that. Don't want to assume that. Control A and Shift selection, maybe. Here's the thing, is that we don't have selection up here yet at all, because these are like different things, right? This is an input box, and this is a text box that's multi-line. So we want to adapt the selection to the multi-line situation. Does pressing up arrow give the previous command? Yes, it does. So I'll hit enter on this one, and that's this big command, right? And I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's that, and 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and that's that, and see, I can go up between them. That was easy. Do I consider this input system a one-off, or do I envision using it for other parts of the game or another game? Well, this text input will probably be used in the editor when you do stuff like, you know, enter the name of what mesh an entity should have or whatever. That's probably this text input just resized and, you know, maybe with some different options. This part, I don't know. This part is probably just for the console. Scroll bar might be used for if you have long, like sometimes you've got an entity editor and it's got like a lot of properties and you want to scroll through the properties or whatever, you would use a scroll bar for that. Okay. Can I set a new font through console? You can't through the console yet. You can through the tweaks, right? So, right, I can do, there we go. So that's not a fixed width font. And do I have a non-bold? Oh, okay, well, if our font's not found, we got to fix that. We assert if our font is not found. That's crappy. Let's see where that's happening. I bet it's because we're returning null. So it's all just to say, oh, this is not, that's the compiler. What am I doing? You know, you notice how I'm programming this and it's got problems and then I fix the, what? Can't find the file. Did I not? The difference between crappy software and good software is just that in good software you go fix the problems. That's like all, right? And you expand your envelope of what you consider to be a problem. Well, and if you have too many problems, if you have more problems than you should, then that means that your programming style is not right or whatever. But really just being willing to fix all the problems and like just pound through them one by one is one of the most valuable engineering skills. Yeah, so make loaded font. What it's going to do I'm going to make a front end to this because you don't really want the font system to have weird game specific stuff. But what I'm going to do is whenever I load a font, whenever I load a font, I'm going to make a backup font, right? And if this system ever has to resort to the backup font, it will tell me, but we won't ever get a null font, right? So I think that's pretty useful. So load font, base name, get font at size, backup name, string. So if we did not succeed in finding a font, if backup name, else, we will log print font unable to load font ba, and there is no backup, returning null. Hope you are ready for that, comma. Let's do the full name and the path to load font. If we do have a backup, we'll say unable to load font, trying backup. I realized, you know what? So there's a shorthand in doing these prints where you just say %. But I realized when we go internationalize all these error messages and logging messages and stuff, I really should say like 1, 2, and 3, which specifies which argument to use. Because when you internationalize, you might have to swap the order of these and stuff. So yeah, I should use the 1, 2, and 3, honestly. Trying backup 3, name path backup name, and return get font at size path backup name, no pixel height. Okay, let's see what happens with that. Missing argument pixel height because I didn't, yeah. You know what I should do is say backup font name, and in main, I'll say backup font name is inconsolata.otf, and then I'll replace this backup font name. So also missing it there, editor. So the idea is any of these variables are probably going to be exposed. Any of these font names here, these aren't tweakable right now, but sometime later they're going to be editable from a config file. And as soon as somebody makes a typo, you're going to get a font that can't load. Oh, and in menu, which we did the other day, font at size, that'll get a backup font name. And console, font at size. And wow, we've got a lot of, and in HUD, got a lot of people who want fonts. Fonts is popular, man. All right. Assertion failed still. Really? After all that? The hell is going on? Oh, because this still asserts. That's fine. This is fine now. The reason I asserted before there is because we didn't have a provision. There we go. Unable to load Carmina from data fonts, trying backup in Consolata. So we're back there. Okay, that was some good bulletproofing. And now we go into all that variables again, and I'll change it from Carmina to Carmina Bold. What other fonts have we got? Sokoban, Runtree, Data, Fonts, Anonymous Pro. Let's try it on a mouse. Windows, no. Anonymous Pro. And that should kick us back to Inconsolata again, right? We've got this nice logging in our console. We can see what's happening. That's great. And then we fix it. Oh, we don't have Anonymous, is it? Oh, it's TTF, not OTF. There we go, Anonymous Pro, that's good. Let's try Pragati Narrow Bold. I hope that's right. See, it's a good thing I did that because I almost never get these fonts right the first time. Pragati Narrow, oh, that's a TTF also. At some point I should make it so you don't need to specify the extension, because that's dumb. I just haven't done that yet. If I have a font catalog like I do for most other assets, I'm going to put that on the to-do list. Font catalog, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, so you can see that this works, and we've got totally different fonts in the two windows, and that's great. Control X, Control V. Okay, we'll go back to Inconsolata because that's where we're at. Does this have anything to do with the Agile Software Development Manifesto movement? Pretty much no. Pretty much no. I don't know if I've ever read the Agile Manifesto, but I don't agree with most programming that happens these days under the banner of Agile. Whether that has much to do with the original idea or not, I don't know. Bulletproof font loading with fallback font. Okay, it's time to do selection in the console. Am I forgetting anything, or is it time to do selection in the console? Am I forgetting anything? Sorry, your source control isn't working, man. It may be true that you can never get all the bugs, but there's a big difference between people hitting bugs 10% of the time and people hitting bugs 0.00001% of the time. Dude, ask Abner. He works for NASA, right? NASA probably agrees that it's very hard to get rid of all bugs. But they work very hard to drive the probability of a bug to be very, very, very low, because that's the difference between being able to get your probe to another fucking planet or not. All right? Like, web developers' attitude toward this stuff is really annoying, to say the least. What if we want animated background color? Well, then you can have something that runs that pokes a different color into the console every frame. That would work. We could also put background textures, but we're not going to do that yet. I mean, dude, NASA probably has the best in terms of, NASA probably has the lowest bug rate of any software developer in the world. I would bet that that is very close to true. but they also don't have zero bugs, right? But they don't use, you can't get all the bugs as an excuse. They work very, very hard to get all the bugs because that's how you get things done. That's how you make quality. I don't know if they actually, I mean, NASA, again, is a big umbrella that has lots of divisions, and all those divisions maybe have differing practices and stuff, but just as a general, not that specific statement, it would be hard to find people with who are more serious about catching bugs. Very hard. Yeah, I wish Toyota cared as much as NASA, honestly. Yeah. Now, I don't, I'm not actually I don't really hardly know anything about the software engineering process used for spacecraft and the like, and launch systems and all that. And I'm not even saying that it's optimal, right? It's quite possible that the bug rate is higher because it's so hard to make changes. Like it might be that if you can only manage to change one line of code a week, maybe the optimal is the process that lets you change 5 lines of code a week or whatever, because I don't know, but I'm sure people have thought very, very hard about it. I'm not claiming that anyone's system is optimal. I am claiming, though, that I don't know anyone with a lower bug rate than that. Okay. Let's do selection on the background. Let's do selection on the background. It also depends on the subsystem. If it's the code that controls the fuel propellant, the rate of code changes will be tighter than our logging system. Yeah, totally, right? I mean, and I'm sure that actually the code for the website isn't that seriously looked at, probably. But yeah, totally. Right, and so I agree with that. So someone in chat is saying we can talk about the lower bug rate, but unless we understand the cost of the process and the entire life cycle of that code, we can't say it is superior for most business. I agree with that, right? Like, so you've seen me sit here and program, right? My process is nothing like any nation's space program's process, right? I'm way more cavalier about making changes and saying, oh, that's fine for now and whatever. And the reason is because I'm not launching dudes into space, right? I'm not launching rockets that could destroy cities if they accidentally go off course in a totally catastrophic way. So it's just a very different endeavor, right? And so with something like The Witness, I've said this before when I talk about why I don't want to use Rust to make stuff, because I think the friction in a language like that is trying very hard to catch mistakes, I think the friction is so high that it might cost 30 to 50% more time to develop anything, and that would have killed The Witness. Like, we wouldn't have been able to make that game, or it would have been a way worse game if we'd suffered that much friction. We barely were able to do it as it was. And most of our bugs that we had upon launch were not the kind of bug that a language like Rust will find, right? They were mostly graphics driver bugs. So they were mostly things that were out of our control. We had 1 or 2 bugs that were, moderately important. But by far, when things wrecked our user experience, it was almost always graphics driver bugs. So we would have not gotten that much benefit out of Rust, I don't think, because it's not like we weren't able to find our own bugs. and it would have killed the project or made it take years longer, possibly. Maybe, if I'm right about that, right? And programming in Rust is not anywhere near the level of scrutiny of like, okay, now you work at JPL and someone is serious about making sure your code works, right? Like if I used a NASA-like software development methodology, I would never finish anything probably for you guys to play. But what I wrote would have way fewer bugs. And that's just the trade-off, right? And that's reality. So it's good to have a picture of that reality and use it to make decisions of what's appropriate, is all. Witness on Windows uses DirectX. Okay, now I'm gonna go do console selection, and I guess let's go. We're gonna use the same selection struct in text input, right? And we're gonna say instead of start index, end index, I'm going to say start character. Because we're going to have a start and end line, right? So we're going to say start character, end character. Start line is -1, end line -1. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing today. So now text input is just going to not care about start line and end line, but console is. And I'm going to sort of move this over to console because I feel, I feel like I'm going to gather all the common widget code in console kind of, and then, you know, then later it'll make its way to somewhere else. All right. Selection. Do I do a using selection? Yeah, so deselect, that'll come out here. Let's make sure that just still compiles even. All right, let's make sure it still runs. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So now we want to do similar code to what we were doing in the text input. So mouse button left. Okay, so we can't use mouse pointer inside because we're actually not a widget. But we don't actually want to use it anyway right now because we have weird, because our x0 and y0 and stuff. All right, let's do this. Get mouse pointer position. Oh, let's do this. Region is a struct. X0, Y0, X1, Y1, float, or region, ration, region is a region, it's uninitialized, and we're just going to set that. And then we're going to say if mouse pointer inside region, yeah, okay, we have a version that goes cursor X, cursor Y, if success. Okay. So we have a region.x0 is going to be our console's x0, region.x1 is going to be scroll bar x1 minus. This console x0, x1 being in a range 0 to 1, I'm not sure I'm crazy about, but whatever. Get scroll bar I width. Region.y0 equals get console bottom. Region.y1 equals back buffer height. And you know what? That's a bad, we'll leave it. We'll call it get console top. Let's do that. Oops, I named it bottom. I was like, what happened? Okay, so we're not really doing anything new yet. Now, what do I want to do about deciding where you're selecting? I don't want it to be a frame late. And I'm doing all this stuff. I haven't decided yet that it's a mouse button event or whatever. There's that. Mouse button left. Let's do all this. Well, let's just make sure this is working. Print inside console. Well, it's going to be for any keyboard event. That thinks it's inside the console. Of course, we're not printing when it's not. Inside, not inside. Okay, so, right, so I'm saying get console bottom, but it's actually, we need to do the input. Oh, geez. Get input y1, y0, float is some stuff. Input y1, get input y1, input y0. Input pad. What is input pad? Wait. Oh, right, that's just a thing that we use later. Whatever, that's okay, fine. So, exhalation. Okay, so we get input y1. So I'm pasting that so that I can call it from here, because this is get input y1, get console bottom. Okay, so now if I do this, out, not inside, not inside, inside. Okay, good. Good. So if it's mouse button left, if pressed, no, if key is equal to mouse button left, if pressed, else whatever. We're going to have a selection. Start selection, cursor X, cursor Y. Else. What did we call it in text input? Tracking mouse? We'll just call it the same thing. Cursor tracking mouse. Tracking mouse equals true. And then we'll do the same thing at the top of input. Oh wait, we always, I'm in the wrong file. Yeah. So the thing is, again, we don't want to care about where the release is. So we get the mouse pointer. Right. If pressed and this, we'll do that inside here. We'll keep that print. Otherwise, or we don't care if not pressed and mouse button left. Start selecting end selection and cursor tracking mouse equals false. All right, we haven't defined start selection yet. Line, character, find line and character, cursor X, cursor Y. Selection.active equals true. Selection.start line equal line. Selection.start character equal character. Okay. So we need to make find line and character, and what that's going to do is basically the same thing as when we render. Yeah. All right. Find line and character. cursor x int, cursor y int. We're going to say prev y is y1, y1 is get input y1, get console. Wait, that's y0 because we're above the input. And y1 is get console top and cut and paste from actual font drawing. Font. Report font. We are going to say oh boy, we're going to have to factor this actually. So line and character is going to return 0, 0 for now. Because remember, we do all sorts of weird stuff. Like if a line is continued, we indent it and stuff. So let's just make sure things compile. Let's name these. Line is an int and character is an int. Okay. So we're still good. Oh, why am I saying start selection all the time? That's not right. Oh, that's supposed to be there. Start selection. End selection, hopefully. Yes. Okay, so that's good. So we're going to have to factor some of this text stuff, but we don't want to make it super slow, so we don't want like a lambda or something. So we'll say text y is y0 plus pad. Pad we're just cut and pasting, and if these ever mismatch, that'll be bad. So we're going to mark it. Text y is y0 plus pad. Prev y is text y. I'm going to say while text y is greater than or equal to 0. Wait, greater than or equal to 0? That's wrong. Text y is less than top plus report font.character height, right? Get console top. That's done. We're going up the screen, not down the screen. Let's make sure I didn't break anything there. Oh, is report font. Index minus equals 1. What do we start at? Oh yeah, we start at index at the bottom. This is all cutting and pasting. want to find a way to factor this together when we see float versus integer on less than, because top is a float, I guess. Let's cast that to int anyway. $5.35 is down here. Yeah, let's make that an int so we can get rid of this. No? What? Oh. Text y is a... Oh yeah. This. Okay. Really? I don't know if that has anything to do with what we just did. Maybe it does. Why are we crashing now? Why are we crashing? I don't want to crash. I won't crash. It's this thing again. Handle event. I think this is just a separate, but this is a compiler bug, I think, because it doesn't seem, this popped up before, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we're actually doing. I'm going to debug it later. It's on the to-do list. I'll put it on twice. It might have something to do with what we're doing, but I kind of don't think so. I mean, maybe I'm just messing up an allocator or something. Okay, that, however, is infinite looping, which I'm not that surprised. Oh yeah, while we're greater than 0, keep going up. That's not going to ever stop. Index minus equals 1. If index is less than 0, break. This is all cutting and pasting, and hopefully we're going to be able to factor some of it back together. Text y. Wait, top. We don't have a top. That's the problem. Top is cast int gets console top. All right. So we're not infinite looping when I drag. Okay, here's what I'm going to do next. Actually, no, we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep going. So at the bottom of the loop, we're going to say last y equals text y, right? Now, in here, we're going to say if cursor y is greater than or equal to 0, greater than or equal to last y, and cursor y is less than text y, last y yeah, so that won't fire on the first. No, we want next y, you want to say next y is and actually we don't okay. This is because we've got descenders and stuff. Descender. When we draw the cursor in text input, because the text y that I'm picking right now to draw at is like the baseline of the text, but the characters go below that, and you want to be able to click in the area that they go below. So when I say draw the cursor, what do I do? I say max descender. Okay, so line y0 is text y plus font.max descender. Line y1 is line y0 plus font.character height, and I still one day want to change that to a stride that's different, but we'll just do that. And we'll say line y0, line y1, return line index character 0 for now. And then at the end of the loop, we say text y equals line y1. No, that's not right. Okay, I guess this should be right. Okay, if we didn't ever hit, so here we're just testing 2 lines for the bottom and top of each character. Did we get in there? And if we never did, we're going to return I don't know if it's a good idea to return an explicit bool, but why not? So find line and character, found, if found, print start selection. See if that does something. Start line equals 394, start character equals 0. Let's go up higher. Start line equals 378. That sounds about right. So now we just have to find the character. And remember, way back when I was thinking about starting this, we factored that. I just don't remember where I stuck it. Oh, it's in console. Width in pixels. It's not that. What? I swear we factored it. Insertion, insert point equals something. Get insert point for cursor. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that doesn't use cursor Y. So let's get rid of cursor Y. Because that might lead, if we keep that, that might lead someone to think that we handle multi-line text in there, which we don't. This is just for one line of text. When we start the selection, okay, so now we say text is history, is it called history line? No, just history sub index. And we say character is get insert point for cursor, font, text, text X, cursor X. So we need to know the text X. X naught plus pad. Yeah. We're getting there. We're almost dead. Undefined identifier. Yep. Type mismatch. Wanted string given history line. Oh. This is dot text. And then float versus integer. Wanted float given int. All right. So assertion failed in, must be in find line and character. Let's see. Assertion failed. Get insert point for character. Oh, dough. Okay. Here, so I did this kind of power user thing here where I said, assume that we just drew the font or whatever, and that the temporary glyphs are set, and that they're the same as this text. And that is not true in this case, and I forgot that. And so what I'm going to do, that's just a thing for performance. And so what we're going to do is say that only happens if glyphs prepped is true. So if glyphs prepped, assert that. Otherwise, font.get string width in pixels text font 0 effect 0 will mess with width. Let's do that. Effect int so insert point for cursor, font text X, cursor X, effect, and we got to do that in the other place now. So text input needs to pass effect. I hope it's defined. I'm just going to put it in there. And that the glyphs are prepped. Whoops. Get string width in pixels. Oh, this is not C++. I wanted U32. Yeah. All right. So, okay, when I end selection, let's print it out. In console, end selection, let's delete this, print end selection, selection. Do we have a slice array syntax? There isn't a built-in syntax like that, but it's trivial to define that with a polymorphic procedure, so I don't care. It's totally trivial. It's like a two-line function. I mean, it'll probably be in the standard library or whatever. Okay. End selection. Now, we did not set the end line and all that because start line. Okay, update if selection.active update selection for mouse position, clean up robustness, put mouse positions in the actual events and use them here. Because otherwise, frame rate will do weird things to you. But, so if the selection is active, we update the selection for mouse position, update selection endpoint for mouse position, and we say end selection and word false, right? Okay. So this is going to be a lot like what we just had. Except it's end line and end character. Undeclared identifier cursor X. Okay, pip, pip. So we went from 381 to 393, 104. I don't like those 104s. Toward the left. Okay, it's always getting the last character, so that is not working. That is not working. However, even though we're not getting the right character index right now, my vote is that I'm going to do the drawing part of the selection, because then we'll see when we get it right. So we'll get it wrong. It looks like we'll just get lines right now. We'll get like the end of 381 or 382 up to 387, and it'll just, yeah, it'll just be at the end of each line. So let's draw it. Let's draw it. That'll be great. How do we draw a selection here? When we start the selection, we want to set the end stuff. We forgot to do that in the other thing. All right. So, okay, right. Draw the selection if it's active. I believe I can factor most of this out, right? Although, yeah. We're going to say SX0, SX1 equals get selection endpoints font text effect text X, right? Okay, so we're going to say get selection endpoints font dynamic font text is a string effect is U32 text X is, I guess, a float. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I guess it's a float. So we do all this, and then we return SX0, SX1. We do this, we do that, we do that. float, float, x0, x1, and boom. And let's just put that before this and make sure it factors. Selection.start character. Oh, we need the start character and end character. Start character int, end character int. And I'm not passing the selection because for multi-line, we're going to need to lie about what the start and end character are. So this is just within a single line, and oh yeah. Boy, this sure is taking a while. Hey, look, we passed 40,000 lines. Okay, so that was just a refactor, so that's still working. I can copy, I can paste. We didn't break anything, I don't think. Oh, cutting broke it. What? Okay, we're going to have to debug that later. I don't know what's going on there. That is freaking me out. It's almost like I changed something with the memory. Maybe I'm stomping the heap somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. We might have to do a stream where I program some heap stomp detection tools or something. All right. So I'm going to factor this out, whoops, to selection stuff. And so we're going to be going up the, like backwards in history. So when you start dragging your rectangle, you could like go backward or you could go forward. And I'm just going to make a procedure that rather than modify this in place, I'm going to make a procedure that maybe swaps this. So I'm going to call a thing maybe swap selection, or make forward selection, right? Takes selection old, or sorry, old is selection and returns a selection. And we say swap is false if old dot start line is greater than old dot end line, right? Else if old dot start line is equal to old dot end line, if old dot start character is greater than old dot end character, swap equals true. Boom, boom. Swap equals true. If not swap, return old. Result equals old. Swap result dot start line, result dot end line. Result. See if that compiles. We run. All right. So now we can do some things. When we're drawing the console, in draw console. We do all this stuff. We are going to say cell, I'm going to make a short name, make forward selection. Okay. And then while we're rendering, before we draw the text, but after we know where it is, we're going to say if cell.active, okay, if index is greater than or equal to cell.startLine, actually we'll do this. If index is equal to cell.startLine, else if index is equal to cell.endLine, else if index is greater than or equal to cell.startLine, and index is less than or equal to cell.endLine. Right, these are the three different, so we're, Emacs, what are you doing? So these are the three different things. So if we're on the start line, we want to just get part of the line. If we're on the end line, whoops, that was why. I forgot a brace. If we're on the end line, we want to just get the beginning part of the line. And if we're in the middle line, we want to outline the whole thing. So let me just say draw selection is false. I'm just going to do probably the same thing in all of these. I don't know, draw selection and cell x0 equals x0, cell x1 equals x1. Cell x0 this goes in here. Okay, so if draw selection, then we say look at what we're doing to look at all this good stuff. What are y0 and y1 in this case? That's the, we need to replace those, but otherwise, okay, our selection color was called report selection background color, report selection Ninja Turtles, and that's superfluous. So what are these? These are, let me go back to where I was drawing the cursor. Yeah. Y0 is text Y. Y1 is Y0 plus font is okay. SY0 is Y0. SY1 is, that's going to be a float already. Dude, I don't know what's going on. Undeclared identifier font. Font cursor extra height. Font cursor extra height. That should be cleaned up. Okay, maybe we'll get something on the screen. Ah, we do. Okay, we're not updating it every frame. That's a problem. But apart from that, it's kind of working. Little bit. So draw console update openness if selection dot active update selection endpoint for mouse position. Yeehaw. Okay, this is pretty good, except it's not ending the tracking ever. But this is working surprisingly well. So we knew it gets the character wrong. We will fix that. Okay. I'm printing end selection. You know what? We have the... No, let's not do that. So why is it always starting selection? Like, oh, it's not. So we say end, but we're still tracking. Oh, right. And not if selection not active, if, well, and cursor tracking mouse. Okay. So we got to get the character indices right. How do we do that? I forget what this procedure is called. Get insert point for cursor. So this is somehow wrong. But only here. It works fine for the input widget. I'm getting a stuffy nose. Okay, find line and character. I'm just going to put a big cleanup. This whole thing uses a lot of code pasted from when we draw the text, and we would like to refactor a bunch of it to make it less error prone and, well, less rot prone. 5 February 2017. Okay, so let's just print our arguments, text x, cursor x, text x, cursor x. So that all seems right. That seems quite right. So why is it always giving us the start character at the end of the line? I don't get it. It might have something to do with the glyphs not being prepped. I don't understand why. Oh, geez. That'll do it. Okay, well, we hit an assert. But it is actually giving us a much better start character, so that's good. Why did we hit an assert? Probably because we're past the end of the string or something, but I don't know why. Really? Really? Let's ignore that for now and see. It might be that there's new lines in the text or something. Oh, that might be the one line with a glyph that we didn't know how to render. Okay, so now we're getting good character ranges, but we're not drawing them yet because I didn't do anything good for the start line and the end line. So let's do that. Okay. Okay, if we're on the start line, then cell x0 equals something. We're going to say a substring is text, substring.count is text, index, or sorry, cell.starting, or is it start character? Start character, cell x0 equals text x0 plus get string width in pixels font. What are the arguments? Width in font, substring and effect, right? And then if we're on the ending line, we say the substring is, okay, wait, text.count minus substring.data equals text.data. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Advance substring cell.start character. Okay. Yeah. But this is cell x1. So we want to start at the right point, end at the right point, undeclared identifier text x0. Really? How do we know where we're drawing the text? It's text x plus offset. Text x0, text x plus offset. This is what UI code is like, by the way. It's just a bunch of stuff. I mean, it's always good to try and clean it up and make it simpler, but at some point there's just throwing a lot of numbers around and making names for new quantities. Effect used before declared. All right. Float versus integer. And binary operator equals. All right. All right, let's see what happens. Well, that's not quite right. So the end is like one character too far. And the start is like way, the start is way wrong. I'm just doing the wrong thing when I draw it. Because, so start character here, let's see if it's like 1. Yeah, 3, well. Yeah, so my mistake in the start is just in what I'm drawing. So what am I doing? Right, sorry, I had this right the first time. I had this right the first time. Start character. There we go. Boop. Well, it's like off by 1 character also. But I'm not sure if that's because of this or not. I don't think it is. Start character is 8. Start character is 1. There we got a 0. For some reason, it very eagerly goes to the end of the line. Oh, because, right. We have to do the special case of a one-line selection. But let's get these right first. I don't like this off by 1 character stuff. I'm confused by this. Why was start character 1? Start character 2. I don't feel like it's using the indentation properly, right? So what's going on there is our thing that's supposed to duplicate the text position that I said was this cut and paste thing that we'd rather clear up and refactor, in fact, isn't doing the right thing because we're not doing the offset and stuff. Try this. But that's still, yeah. And with Whoops. Starting to get tired. Text x0. So let's see if that's better. I feel like it's still off a little bit. No, it's actually, this is right. The endpoint is right. That's good. Start point is right. Okay. That's good. So now we have to handle the case when start and end are on the same line, which will be easy. So if index is equal to cell.start line, if cell.start line is equal to cell.end line, that's it. You know what? If that works, yeah. So actually, we don't need to do this. No, we kind of do because, yeah, we could refactor this into the, so we don't use an else, and do start and end line separately, comma, but then we need to deal with the case somehow, and I don't offhand see the simple way to do it. So we're almost done with this. I mean, well, there's issues about what happens if you try to drag off the top. Do we like scroll you up or whatever? But I don't want to do that right now. I do want to, oh, come on, man. There we go. That's weird. I feel like I have to go too far left. I wonder if it's still off. The next thing is to put this into the copy buffer when you finish the selection. And then we've got some kind of thing going on. Let's change the color a little bit. That's always fun. Reports, background, selection background color. Let's make it a little, no. I don't know. I don't like these colors. Ah! Let's kind of leave it like this for a while. Okay. That's not the worst. Not the worst, not the best. Are there any questions about what's going on? Because I've just been mumbling to myself for a while I do this, but it's because there was just a lot to do and I wanted to get through it. Let's get rid of these prints. Okay. Whoop. Shoop. Shoop. Okay. Yeah, let's just put that into the copy buffer. So if pressed, key is equal to 3 Control C cleanup. We'll also do Control X. We won't cut text out of this buffer because that's dumb. But we will do something. I'm not answering hot dog questions. Those are too off topic. We'll also be adding debug info into a GUI that displays on top of the game, similar to the way Casey does it in Handmade Hero. Probably, yeah. This is sort of, what we're doing now is kind of like the first echelon of debug info, because now we can see our logging information and stuff and we can run commands. But in games like The Witness, for example, I haven't seen Casey's latest stuff in Handmade Hero, but I saw the stuff he did before. And we have stuff like that in The Witness, and it's very game specific what you tend to want to do. But yes, debug info is very valuable, and we will draw something useful. Why is everyone asking food questions? Hot dogs are important, but they're not as important as putting text into the copy buffer. Hello, Sailor. OS set clipboard text. All right. No OS set clipboard. What's it called? OS clipboard set text. Set. Okay, so I copy, Control C, go down here, yank. Oh, it didn't work. What? Why didn't my Hello Sailor work? Oh, because that's only mouse pointer inside. We don't want to care if the mouse pointer's inside. We simply, oh, you know what? We need to know, okay, there's a thing we forgot to do. And that is this. If we start selecting in the big text, in the console history, we want to clear the selection in the text input. And if we start selecting in the text input, we want to clear the selection in the console. And then if our console is active, then we want to paste, right? So if and selection.active. Right? So we will make a thing, clear console selection, reset console selection, selection.active is false, cursor tracking mouse is false. I feel like those variables are not really independent, but whatever. And then we'll have reset input selection, which will just be text input.selection.active equals false, right? So when we start selecting from here, we need to reset console selection. And in the console, when we start selecting, reset, what did I call it? Text input, or yeah, reset input selection. Undeclared identifier text input, what's it called? Is it just input? Yeah. Reset input. Boom. Reset console selection needs to be okay. So, oh man, I should fix that. What? That must be our bug. That's probably not a compiler bug. Okay, anyway, so I'm selecting in here. That's cool. Selecting in here. That's cool. Selecting in here. I hope you're not saddened by that. Awareness, Control C. It's not going to put that text in, but it could put hello sailor. Nope. What? Why is my Control C not working? How about Control X? I don't get it. Control X. All right. Let's see why. If pressed. Oh, we're still. No, this is just if we get the mouse pointer position. All right, so if it's a keyboard event, print, pressed, whatever, key, whatever, active, whatever, pressed, int, key, selection, got active. Why is this not working? I'm not getting Control C's. What the hell? Oh, because it's a button event, right? Did we? I've got to straighten this out. Oh, we have text input, right? So, that's why. That's why. So if it's text input, this is the UTF-32 codes. There is no pressed. All right, let's do it. Do copy. Go yank. Hello, sailor. Yes, that's good. That is what we wanted. It doesn't look like much, but now we just take snippets. So we say snippets is an array of string, text, concatenate snippets, defer free text. I hope I'm allowed to free the clipboard text. That might be what's screwing it. I don't think so. Anyway, so for I'm going to say make forward selection, and I'm going to do this same thing for I colon cell.start line dot cell.end line inclusive if I is equal to cell.start line to cell.end line. But this is a little different from what we're doing. else if I is equal to cell dot end line, else if I is greater than or equal to cell dot start line, and I is less than or equal to cell dot end line. That's a very easy case. Then we say array add snippets, comma, history I dot text. Well, line. Right? So there, even before we finished, oh yeah, dot dot, dot dot, oop, did not match any of the what? The hell's going on? Why do you think there are, oh, because I didn't pass an argument. I don't know why this is broke. Like, dude, I have to debug that. Debug, overload, error message. I just supposedly made it nice, and it's not working. When OS clipboard set text of nothing. Okay. Still better than a C++ error message. I'll tell you that. So now we won't get the start or the end lines, but we should get lines in the middle into our selection, right? So grab, so we should get about I wish you well up to the buildings we have erected. Copy. And paste, I wish you well up to the buildings we have erected. That's great. Okay, so that's good. And it's good. I really don't mind it. I really don't mind it. So let's do a start. Tail equals line, advance, tail by advance tail by cell.start character, else array add snippets tail tail.count equals cell.end character minus cell.start character. So that's fine. If it's the end line and it's not the start line, we say tail is equal to line and tail.count equals cell.end character, maybe -1. I don't think so, though. Up to generated, so space will become, and then down to generated. Whoops. Did that not work? What? Oh, I didn't press copy. Okay, no space, we're on will, and down to, whoa, what's going on there? Oh, it's because we're having troubles with this apostrophe, because it's a multi-byte character, that's what's going on. And that's why that assert went off. So the apostrophe is a multi-byte character. We will fix that when we're UTF-8 clean. So we're going down to were, from will to were. Well, we didn't get the first line correctly. We didn't get will become, but we got to wish you well down there. So why didn't we get the first line? Oh, because we don't add anything. That's a good way to not get the first line, is to not get the first line. Okay, so visualize all of the next time down to must. Oh no, multi-byte character. Down to eternal. Visualize down to eternal. Visualize down to eternal. Okay, aside from being UTF-8 clean, which exhalation is a good test for, we are good. So what I think I'm going to do, I'll take some questions, I'm going to make some tea and do a 5-minute break, and then when I come back, we're going to figure out why the hell we're crashing on stuff that worked earlier in the stream. Multi-line selection. All right. Selection. Yeah, so making UTF-8 work is going to be entertaining. But I think the crash is more important. For all I know, that might be related to UTF-8. The Patriots beat the Falcons. I guess the Patriots are from New England and the Falcons are from Austria, where Falco lives. I don't know. I don't know. Am I planning to also stream the game design portion of whatever I'm implementing? Maybe later. I want to wait till we announce the game to do that, because otherwise I spoil too much. In fact, we may never do that, because it's spoiling a lot. Five-minute break. When we return, more work on the console. Why is it crashing? All right, Tiwata. Okay, any questions about what the hell is going on with any of this? Anywhere, anyhow. Any why? I'm just saying, the scores of Super Bowl to you, so you may stay current with your friends who are social. I don't know if that's true. What do I think of Tony Stark and his OS implementation? I don't know much about fictional Tony Stark and his OS implementation. How easy would it be to reposition your camera in this game to change perspectives? It's very easy. We've done it before just with the config file. I've shown that in earlier demos. Does the over-the-shoulder cam translate easily to kind of anims? Not really. How is the clipboard implemented? Does OS clipboard set text ignore the command if it's being passed as an empty string? Yeah, we do that. We cut out new lines and we do all that stuff. Oh, well, you mean actually, right. So do you mean if we hit copy on an empty string? Let's do that. Let's not blow away the, right. So if text, we'll set the clipboard text. So this has been a pretty good day. I just don't know why we're crashing now all of a sudden when we hit enter, which is crazy. Okay, so on nothing we don't crash. Letter A, enter. We don't crash. ABC. Blah, 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 blah. We don't crash now. Maybe we had some other bug. I don't frickin' know. Maybe it's a compiler problem. Oh, that's a crash. Debug. Maybe we have a legit bug. Why? I just said to pop the window up. Okay, so all of our crashes that we've seen seem to have to do with malformed strings. So here is one with a count that is starkly negative. That looks like a legit screw up on my part, is what that looks like. End minus start. Oh, you know what? I never did. Seriously, okay, if end is less than start. Swap start and end, right? That is stupid. I did that for the multi-line thing, but I never did it for the simple case in the text selection. So I don't know how we got that long without finding that. All right, going backwards, paste. Backwards, paste. Forwards, paste. Enter. Okay, that crashed. It didn't give me a... Why didn't it give me a chance to debug that? Or did it? And I was just stoned. All right, enter. I don't want you to check for a solution to the problem. I just want you to... I swear I turned that off on every Windows and then I install a new machine and it does it again. I'm so sick of all this stuff. Who has that ever helped? Microsoft is checking for a solution to the problem. Microsoft is checking to waste your time. Okay, so this is maybe a different issue. So this is bad. So OX20 is hex for a space. So this is like, this string lived somewhere and somebody overwrote it with spaces, but that's a good clue. So I'm doing something bad, or the compiler is doing something bad. It might be me though. It might be me. So count is 0, allocated is 0. This is this uninitialized for some reason? Did I cavalierly leave something uninitialized? This is a thing when you're debugging and you have programming experience. Like at first you might look at this and say, oh, it's just garbage pointers, like the compiler isn't paying attention. But this is actually a bunch of spaces, right? 20 is 32. And then 0A, which is 10, which is a line feed, right? And then 3B29 is ASCII, right? So ASCII 3B. (3B) is a semicolon and 29 is a closed paren. I don't know why there's a semicolon closed paren, but I was pasting code. So that could be from code that I was swizzling and pasting around. Actually, char star array.data, comma 100. Oh, come on, what? Let me just try this. Oh, the address of array.data. What is, our debugging info must not be totally working with it. Let's see, address of array, char star, address of array, plus 816, right? That's not right. Its address of array is not giving me what we want. Or no, it's giving me, can I just say array? Is that a reference? Okay, that's what we want. So, yeah, okay, paren, semicolon, new line, dest sub, whatever, then it dies. So that's like a code snippet. So we wrote a string on top of this array, or the array is coming from somewhere bad, or the compiler is a bad person. Let's just do this here. Copy string text, print copy is, comma copy, and copy. That way we at least get a little bit of inspection on there. I wonder, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it kind of looks like a compiler bug, but the rule is always assume it's your bug. So that's what I'm doing. You know, I should run the debug compiler on it as well. But really, if it doesn't happen often until after I do a bunch of stuff, then maybe it's a heap corruption anyway. Or maybe putting it in a temporary variable is saving me because it's a compiler bug. I would believe that. So I'm going to put that on the compiler bug list. I'm going to put that on the compiler bug list, of which there are many now. Corrupted string sometimes when no separate copy. What file was that in? At investigate. So that comment is there so I can find it later when it's in my to-do list. There is going to be a compiler bug day, I tell you. I'm not completely sure that that's what's happening, but I'm kind of sure. It really seems like a compiler bug. What do you think? Oh, Tony Stark. I'm way back there in chat. Do I know at least who Tony Stark is? He's a made-up comic book guy whose first movie was kind of promising, and then the ones after that devolved into stereotypical, annoying, formulaic writing. Even the first one was a lot like that, but had a little bit of promise. Yeah, there was a problem because I selected from the right to left, but I fixed that. I mean, we could try that again. But I believe it's because I fixed that, right? Copy this, paste, right. Whoa! Okay. Good thing we're doing some debugging. Get insert point for cursor. Okay. This will get fixed when we're UTF-8 clean. So the problem there is I selected somewhere that had that multi-byte apostrophe or something like that. Yeah, like that universes, I probably had that. And the problem is right now that hoses us. But we will fix it. Maybe not today. Same place or same. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't always fix it, which is interesting. This is weird. Okay, so copy is fine. Copy is fine. It's just long. It's like, so when the first thing that I put into the command history is long, it's crashing, I think. I'm less convinced this is a compiler bug now. It could be. It really could be. I don't know. I don't know. So we copy the string, we add it to command history. Like, what more is there? Let me see if that happens consistently, because if I have a repro, that's great. So compile, we run. I'm going to select a lot of stuff, copy. I'm going to paste it, and then enter. Okay, paste. Yay. Paste more, copy, paste. And that had multi-byte characters, so that's not the problem. Copy. The hell was that? Oh, we're not setting the scissor at the right time. Or something. We're getting the background character on the left. That's amusing. But I'm not going to fix that because I care about this crash. This crash is very serious. Do I ever think of doing my own Jarvis? No. At what point do you think multi-threading is important for a core game thread? When you're out of ideas for how to make it faster without multi-threading. Do I think games can get away with single threading if they are very simple compared to the computer that they're running on? Yes. How am I? I'm good. I'm a little tired now because I've been streaming a long time. Oh, you know what? Maybe it is that I selected text from the right to the left. Let's try that. Right to the left and copy, paste. Didn't do it. Can't paste anymore because it's too long. Have I explored Washington? A little bit, not too much. Do I feel like it has a basis in pure applications or just games? Well, I feel like people who think of themselves as like business application programmers are not writing the kind of performance software that I'm interested in. And that even goes to like iOS and Android developers. Like all those guys don't seem to care if the feel of their thing is shitty or not, right? So those kind of people will only use this if it already gets super popular by other means, right? I mean, these are the kind of people who use Electron or whatever, right? React Native, like those kind of people are only going to use this language if it gets bigger for other reasons. So I'm focusing on the people who really who really care and have a deliberate reason to use this language, and those are performance-oriented programmers. So that includes game developers. It includes embedded systems programmers. It includes, I don't know, people who do like self-driving cars and stuff. anyone who does VR, like VR is going to expand at some point to be not just games. So there's a wide enough audience for it, I think, for me to focus. And I'm very concerned with just making it high quality, right? There's this thing about like, oh, well, high quality things don't always succeed and whatnot. And that's true, but I already have at least more of an ability to market stuff than most people have, right? Because people know about me because of my games and stuff. And so I can use that to push something, but I only want to do that if I'm not abusing that privilege, right? Like, I only want to push it if it's good. So I'm waiting till it's good, then I'll push it. Right to left with new lines, no idea. Yeah, I don't know if it's anything specific like that. It might be kind of random. Would parting to ARM be a big effort thing? I don't think so. It wouldn't be too bad. Especially if we did the LLVM backend first, or even the C backend first. That would be very easy, I think. Because if we do the C backend first, then you just need a C compiler, and then you're good. Would I continue to use and build my language even if no one else does? Yes, because I like programming in this way more than anything else. Even right now, when I'm like worried that compiler bugs are causing this problem and stuff, I still like it a lot more than something like C++. So as it gets more production ready, I will probably just continue to like it more, I think. Anything about this application game, a programming as an example, it's just a turn-based game where you push blocks around of a classic type. And this at the bottom of the screen is just an animation test. I'm not moving that character, it's just, walking, and at some point soon we will take that further and put like real animations on the characters. Okay, I'm just going to run this a few times and see if I can like repro a crash, paste. That was a right to left copy. Let me try one where I'm grabbing the last line completely and the first line completely. I don't know, folks. Let's try going back to x64. We've been on LLVM this whole time because I was worried that that crash was x64 generated, but look how much faster that is. I got used to how slow the LLVM was, and I just hit that, and it's like, bam! I love that, how fast that is, man. We're up to 40,000 lines, and our compile time isn't going up noticeably. So, yeah. Boom. I don't know what this is. Next time we get a crash, maybe I have to go back to LLVM so that next time we get a crash, I can at least try to debug it. But it looks to me I don't know. It looks to me like a compiler bug of some. Oh, I forgot to run. Let's run the debug compiler on this and see if anything happens. Nope. This is compiled with the debug compiler. That crashed. Interesting. It was not an LLVM, so we wouldn't have a good time debugging it. Let me see if that crashed. Okay, I'm gonna save this copy buffer. It could be anything. It could be that it starts with a space. It could be the number of characters. It could be that this multi-byte character is in exactly the right place. I would suspect something like that. Let's go back to LLVM and see if it crashes there. Paste, enter. No! Gosh. Compile with debug again. That crashed. Compile with debug again, or run it, paste the same thing. That crashed. Run it, paste the same thing, crash, okay. Run it, paste the same thing, crash. Okay, let's keep experimenting with this. So this is a little dangerous, but I'm going to go to the paste buffer. We'll call it buffer 2. I'm going to paste the same thing. I'm going to call this buffer 1. I'm going to go to buffer 2. Buffer 2, I'm going to delete the multi-byte character. Is that the only one? Delete this multi-byte character. And then run it again. Still crashes. So it's not really the multi-byte character, which I wouldn't have expected, because that should only be about selecting and stuff that we have problems, but you never know. Let me just try, is it that it starts with space? Paste something very short. It's that it starts with space. It's something with eat spaces or whatever. I bet we eat spaces and then freeze something. Oh my God, it's so simple. See, that's what's great when you repro something and you're like, holy shit. So we're corrupting the heap by freeing something that's not the right pointer. And I don't totally have all the tools that a lot of people have. I bet I could run Dr. Memory on this. It's just we don't have PDB debug information, so it wouldn't. Let's see what happens. This is going to be amusing. I've never done this. Dr. Memory -- run tree soko debug.exe. It's running it. Go Dr. Memory. It's running it. And it crashed. Wow. Invalid heap arguments all over the place. Set matrix for entities. What? Okay, let's try this again. Dash no report leak. Dude, if Dr. Memory works well enough to get useful information out of, what is it called? Oh, check leaks. Dr. Memory dash no check leaks. So it should go faster. Wow, dude, I'm trashing the heap, I guess. All right. Is it gonna do its output, please? Is it still running for some reason? Is it still running? Oh, there we go. Just took it a while. Okay, so let's see what Dr. Memory says. Invalid heap argument to free. Substring. File close. According to this, I'm doing really bad stuff all the time. I don't know if something is causing it to be confused. I said no check leaks. Why is it checking all these leaks? Maybe I ran the wrong thing. No, I did. I don't know what its problem is. All right. Invalid heap argument to free. In default allocator. So that's probably in resizing arrays. I don't know if I believe this. What? It's like every single thing I ever called malloc on, it's complaining about. Don't tell me if I add an offset. I almost don't believe there are this many problems, because there's no way the game would run this long if there were this many problems. I feel like there's false positives for some reason I don't understand. Runtime support. So my malloc wrapper just calls malloc, so it doesn't offset it or anything. Invalid heap argument to free. Let's just see. Okay, let's go to basic, read entire, oh, in file, file windows, read entire file. We do file open. Well, actually, it could be any of these. So let's see, 2C string. That's going to be in basic. We call alloc, which is going to call malloc. Should be fine. Read entire file. Array free. Reload asset. These are all from reload asset. Oh, because that, well, let's go earlier. Let's go earlier. So the very first one, let's try that. Substring 2C string. So 2C string. It's calling substring? Why is that? How does that make any sense? I don't think that's correct. Substring doesn't call alloc. I think it's confused about that. So 2C string calls alloc, and alloc Why is it calling free? Why is it? This is bugging me. Default allocator. Mode. Well, let's look at alloc. Return context.allocator, allocate, size null context.allocator data. Okay. Allocator. Allocate, size. That should call cmalloc and return. There should not be a resize. There should not be a free. There should not be any of this stuff. I kind of just don't know what it's thinking. You know, I think it's just screwed. I think the instrumentation is wrong. This is a nice experiment, but like, it's even saying that close handle is calling free incorrectly. Like what? That can't be right. I think it's flagging every call to free is wrong for some reason that I don't understand. Well, it was a nice try. I don't know. I'll look it up later. I'll try to figure it out later. Because it would be nice to have that tool working. Okay, anyway, so our repro though, like, okay, I can run it, I can F1, so nothing is fine, but if I go space, enter, that crashes. So that should be, I'm just gonna go forward from where we okay, so this part, I'm going to comment out what the console does when we hit enter. So I will isolate it to all right, so it's not the console. It is this stuff. So copy.count is copy.count, copy text. Doesn't print anything. I guess that would make sense if copy string is wrong. Whoops. Still doesn't print anything. Print hi. Are my code change? Oh, my code changes aren't taking effect because I've got it open in the debugger. Windows or no, because there's a phantom copy running. How do I list? Proc list? How do you list the processes? I don't remember. It's been a long day. Let's hope it's in the task manager, which it probably isn't because Windows sucks. I might have to reboot. It's not there. Task list. I don't see it. I don't have a grep installed, and it's the year 2017, and they don't install grep on Windows. Cannot open file. Is it because Dr. Memory is still running? Come on, guys. Like, it upsets me that Windows doesn't tell you what process has this open. I know I can get some sysinternals tool to tell me that. This is such a waste of time. This kind of thing has wasted so much of so many people's time. It's insane. Okay, so this must be from that first run of Dr. Memory that never terminated. Maybe I just start killing things that I don't know what they are. Which is most of this, honestly. Such a waste. All right, what's my fastest way to figure out what PID has this file open? How do I do that? I'm sure it's not a Microsoft-made thing, but what's the fastest thing? ProcExp. I might have downloaded ProcExp the other day. Yeah. Is it installed? ProcExp. C program files. Is it just here? Did I just unzip it? Yeah, okay. Process Explorer 64. Okay, how do I do this? How do I figure out who has this file open? Anyone? Why don't I close these? Because it says there's 2 of these open. Why does it say there's 2 of these? Kill process. Oh, right, it's so... sorry, I'm tired enough that I was looking for compiler processes. So I was looking for things that start with J. Whereas Soko debug was probably there in the thing. All right, whatevs. That was fine. Okay, we wrote. Now, hi, text.count, copy.count. Okay, who knows for how long it hasn't been rewriting the executable and I didn't notice? You know what I'm saying? Okay, that crashes. That doesn't count. Crash. What is going on? See, this feels like a compiler bug, except the part where if it starts with a space, except now it's not crashing. Okay, but when we compiled with the debug compiler, it was crashing, right? This feels like a compiler bug. Okay, let's try putting these back. Oh, this is so slow now. So slow. So slow. Copy.count is 1, and then it crashes afterward. This is at least better. If it's something like, whoops, if it's something like, oh, memory was zeroed, but it's not happening because it's debug, then that's good for us. All right, still crashing. Copy is space. So I think it won't return in print done, right? We're just testing this. Wow, it's almost like I'm compiling C++, but not quite as slow. Yeah, it doesn't. So I don't get it because copy string doesn't care about spaces. Let's make sure it's really spaces. Backslash, enter. No, it's not really spaces. What is going on? Now it's everything. Now it's everything. Maybe command history is just not. Oh, what if it's a using bug? What if I just do this? Oh, sorry. Compile with debug build. Could be a using bug, because that's the kind of thing I was dealing with today. Nope. Nope. The fact that it happens a lot more when compiling with the debug compiler means it's definitely a compiler bug, because there should not be any difference in what is the output between the debug and the release compiler. And if there is, that's a bug. So anyway, let's print oops. So that's correct, but that was compiled with the release compiler. Now we're compiling with the debug compiler at C++ speeds. Dude! Okay, here's what is happening. Here is what is happening. There is code to generate, this is a serious compiler bug. When you declare something on the stack, it's supposed to run the implicit constructor of that struct. Okay, I'm not going to try and debug this now. This is for the serious debugging day, and I'll tell you why. So the difference between the debug compiler and the release compiler in C++ is that when you're in release, often uninitialized memory may come out to 0. But in debug, uninitialized heap memory is definitely cleared to the CD pattern. So what this indicates is that at compile time, our compiler accidentally stomped uninitialized memory into the value that is supposed to be put into this thing in its constructor. Like, if you don't follow that, this CD doesn't come from our compiler, it comes from Visual C++, the runtime C library. Okay, I think. Unless I also did a CD, but I don't think so. I think I used a different. pattern. Anyway, now the reason why it's worse than that is because if you look at this, that by itself might be a pretty easy thing to get, and it still might not be that hard. But if you look, the integers are initialized to the right values. It's only the pointers. And the reason that's crazy is because pointers have like a whole pointer patching system where their values get substituted in later. And for some reason, this one, well, no, yeah, something like the pointer patching system is kicking in when it shouldn't, or something like that. Okay, this is awesome because this is going to be a great compiler debugging stream when we do it. Command history bug remove workaround. So to work around this, we just say memset command history 0 size of type of command history. Because it didn't happen properly in my constructor, basically. Oh, you know, it might be, right, no, this isn't on the stack. This actually came, okay, never mind. This actually came from heap memory given to us by, we're using C's malloc right now. So that's actually the Occam's razor explanation of where this came from. It's not what I said. It wasn't pointer patching in the compiler. It's just that the implicit constructor for this array is not getting set. You know what? That is easy enough that I'm tempted to try that after a short. Although no, that doesn't explain why it mostly happens with the debug compiler. Okay, but hey look, it doesn't crash because we fixed it by working around it. All right. So I feel like I'm going to take a short break and then try to debug this, possibly by oh no. It is pointer stuffing. Oh, sort of. Maybe. Because it's not on the heap, it's in global data. So this text input is here in console. So it's in global data. So we're trying to just stuff the values. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We're going to debug this, but I'm going to take a short break before we debug this. Any questions about what's been happening? Oh, I see one. Off topic. You've watched every stream I've done? I'm sorry, that's a lot of streams. Sort of programming researcher, and I feel like it's useful for me to get a glimpse of a good programmer making a game engine in their own language. Thanks, and best of luck. I'm glad you like it. You know, some of the streams go forth rapidly, and on some of them we run into problems like such as this one. But I'm glad you found them worthwhile. So at least now, yeah, so, whoops, let's recompile. So we have managed to, all right, let's also get out of LLVM now and compile faster again, because we know it's not that. All right. Yeah, is the vertical striping in the selection intentional? The vertical striping, I didn't notice, so probably not. We probably overlap by a, oh, you mean these? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm just, not extending all the way to the previous thing. I could work on that. I don't know. What do people think? Should I fix the striping if that's something that should be fixed? Or should I fix the compiler bug? Wouldn't the C backend let you use other memory debug tools? Yes, but those, now that I know what the problem is, those tools aren't going to help me. And also, last I checked, the C backend didn't totally work anymore. There's like some stupid name mangling problem where it doesn't find something, and it probably wouldn't take that long to debug, but I would like have to debug it, right? The C backend is not really a thing that is used in regular workflow anymore, so I don't really maintain it as much. And it doesn't need much maintenance, but it's been a little bit of a problem. Okay, everyone's saying compiler bug. I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I'm tired. Five-minute break. When we come back, fixing a compiler bug. All right, I'll be back in a few.